Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Sorry about the little bit of a late start.
We got
Bernice
talking.
ran right to the end, then we just kind of got talking. So,
I'm sorry.
let us know what you're reading. If you're reading this summer will be different with us, or if you're reading something else, let us know. I started this very briefly. I'm about 15 pages in. I'm on page 16. So,
I feel like at this point, it's just normal for one of us to jump scare and be like, we've read half the book.
yes, and in my defense, I was like, my first sprint is a write-off because I was telling Brittany this. I'm puppy sitting, so my first sprint will be spent going on a walk and then feeding the puppy. So, and it only starts at page like 5, so I really only read 10.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
I'm going to be reading this really slow because I'm doing like a cool, like it's kind of like traveling books. So you send this, so like you annotate and then you send it to another person. They annotate and highlight.
So you're going to be annotating while you're reading.
Yeah.
Nice.
So what I'm going to do is I have my copy, but then I have the other person's copy. So I'm going to just like tab as I go. And then I'm going to kind of go over to their book and kind of like then pinpoint. Like I'm just going to tab if I see something I want to highlight, and then I'll go back after. So that I'm not like really stalling, but I will be going slower because of that. But I do fly through Carly Fortune's books. So.
This is my first time reading the author, so I'm excited.
This is a good one, I think, because I read the one that was in Ontario, and you're reading the first one that's kind of near you. PI.
This one is near me. Prince Edward Island is Nova Scotia adjacent. Yes. Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. Hi, Laura. How are you?
They all teleported in.
Yep. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Stacy. Hi, Lily. Reading Good Half Gone by Tarryn Fisher. Nice. I have not read a Tarryn Fisher, so.
I have had very mixed review. I've had 1 5-star and then 2 2-stars from Tarryn Fisher.
Okay.
So there's a big discrepancy.
Yeah.
But like it's on both ends of the spectrum, so you know.
Yeah. Did you read Wrong Family? Is that the one you read?
I've read The Wives, Wrong Family, and
those are the only 2 I know, so I can't help you after this.
I've read another one. The name is not.
I feel like I know it. I definitely know it.
I feel like it's something about lying. Like literally no idea. That's how much
An honest lie.
Honest lie. That's the one I read. Yes. That's how much of an impression that made on me.
Which one did you really like?
The Wives. Okay. But I have read books since that are very similar, and that was one of my first thrillers I ever read. So I don't necessarily, as of not enjoying like the later books by the author, I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, I would recommend that. I'd have to reread it to recommend it. Does that make sense?
That's totally fair. I feel the same way. Like certain ones that I read at the beginning, I'm like, I would not read it the same now.
Well, I don't know. Like, I feel like in remembrance, I'm like, yeah, I liked it. But like, since I've read 2 by the author that I didn't like, now I'm questioning whether I liked that one.
Yeah.
Or if it was like, oh, it was just one of my first thrillers. And like, everyone knows you love your first thrillers.
Of course, because like, it's all like a new twist and everything. And then when you keep reading them, you realize a lot of them are repeats, which is just like, sometimes you can't avoid at a certain point.
Yeah. So I don't know if I would still give that 5 stars. Like I can't say, and I'll never reread it. So I will, we'll just leave it as, yes, it was at the time. And maybe it would still be today, but I haven't read this one. This is, I think the author's newer release.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Carly Fortune one?
No, Good Half Gone.
Oh, Good Half Gone. Oh, that is a new release. I don't keep up with Tarryn Fisher, so okay.
I think so.
Reading this summer will be different with you guys. Nice. I think this might be Laura's first time joining us. I
think we discussed that, me and Laura.
Or maybe no. It was Where Sleeping Girls Lie, the first.
That's right.
Because I know it was recently it was going to be, so.
That's right. I hope this one's better than last month, because last month did not go over well.
I didn't even go into the chat to say like I DNF'd. Like I think I said like I'm probably going to, and then I just never answered again because I went into a slump and stuff, and I was like, it's just everyone knows. Everyone's very sad. No one's coming back for my reaction. So
it was very sad for me, to be honest.
Hello, what are you reading? Hello, 60 pages into the book, knowing I will be doing supper and parenting until 8 p.m. Central. Yeah. reading A Fellowship of Baking and Magic. I'm not very far into it because I keep getting distracted. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like that happens a lot on the weekends for me at least.
Summer too.
Yeah, yeah. Excited for this one. Loved Meet Me at the Lake and Every Summer After was mid. So curious to see how this one goes. Okay, so me, it's the opposite of Alicia. I loved Every Summer After, and Meet Me at the Lake was like meh to me. So
That's so funny.
Yeah. It's so interesting.
This will be
I find people, it's like one or the other. They haven't liked both, weirdly. So
well, that's kind of how Tessa Bailey's It Happened One Summer and Hook, Line, and Sinker is like, even though this is not a series and those are technically a series, but like still, you either liked one or the other. Like there's very few people that like both.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely PEI adjacent. My grandparents had, we're already starting with the problem speaking. I'm on 6 hours of sleep, so
forgive us.
Had a cottage on the Nova Scotia Brule shore when I was a kid, and during a storm, their little red rowboat ended up in PEI. You could see PEI on a clear day. That's cool. Wow. You know how tired I am? I was about to say Little Red Riding Hood.
Well, I mean, technically, there's a bridge that goes between. I don't know if the end of the bridge is. It's not in Nova Scotia, but it's in. Is it in Nova Scotia?
Don't ask me that.
It's in Nova Scotia, or it's just over the border in New Brunswick. I don't quite know exactly where the bridge is. I just know how to get on it, and then I go. You know what I mean? Like I don't pay that close attention.
Yeah.
But like there is a very, very large bridge. Don't get me wrong. Huge, but it does exist.
I have not been on top of my book club book recently. Oh, no worries. I was just curious because I know recently you had joined us or were going to join us. There's no pressure.
Honestly, book clubs are one of those things that unless I'm on the screen for it, I try my best. But like
I know. And there's so many of our friends too have book clubs, and it's like I want to join them all, but it's like I can't join them all. And then some I don't try to join ones that like I don't currently have the book on my TBR or like can get it from the library because I'm like I'm trying not to buy like extra ones that I don't know if I'll like or not. If I know I'll like it, I'll for sure buy it.
Yeah, it's hard to because you want to support all your friends, right? Like we have so many amazing friends. Yeah. Maybe I need to make a spinner wheel of book clubs and like every month spin it and see which one I have.
That is a really good idea. Yeah. And then like maybe to not get someone like twice in a row because like that would kind of be unfair. Like you take one off every month and then like you reset eventually.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually. I might do that.
Yeah, do that. Alternating the High King's Tomb physical and the Secret Advisory audio. Nice. The end of the Confederation Bridge is in New Brunswick, but the ferry is in Nova Scotia.
There you go. I couldn't remember if it's just over the border, like exactly where that landed.
Yeah. Perfect example. My copy of The Familiar just came a few days ago.
I hope you like it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I hope you like it because it was kind of hit or miss.
Some people really liked it. There were a couple of 5-star and 4-star, and I gave it a 3. Like, I didn't hate it. And I think
thought you would love it, though. I was actually shocked. I thought you would love it.
Well, the writing style was very me. The genre was not. Historical fantasy. And it was very historical. It's barely fantastical. Like, there is fantasy there, but that is definitely the B plot to the history.
Yeah.
And I don't like historical. So that's where that lied.
June was rough for book clubs with Tara. I totally agree. Yeah, I like hit a slump midway through, and then I think like I didn't give up on Tara, but like I was slow going, and then I didn't even finish the last few prompts. But oh well, I tried my best, and I feel like romance still did good. Like the romance team.
Yeah, everybody did great. Yeah. Like it's not about winning necessarily.
No, it's not.
As someone who didn't win,
but then if you win, it's like it's all about winning.
But it's not. It's about having a fun time. And we had a fun time and it was an enjoyable month and we got a lot of books read and that's all that matters.
Exactly. Lots of the ones I read I really liked. So like it all kind of worked out. So that's a great idea to spinner wheel the book clubs. Yeah.
I may do this. I may set this up when I need everybody to tell me their book club names. Like I'll need all my friends. I'll be like, put up on my stories. Please inform me if you have a book club.
I feel like I know most of them. Yeah.
Well, I think I know most of them, but then there is some people who have multiple book clubs.
True.
So like, do I know of every variation, or have I like, or will
That's
one
true.
slip through the cracks, right?
That is
Like
very true.
we have a lot of friends that have a lot of friend groups that like these two people have gotten together and have a book club, and then this person has gotten with this person and has a
Yeah.
book club. Like even me, I have, well, if you just count book clubs, I have two. But if you count read alongs, I'm at like six. Like it's
Yeah.
it's excessive.
I think if you go with read-alongs too, like that might be too big of a spinner
No,
wheel.
I'm just gonna do book clubs. But I have two. I have B&K and I have Accidental.
Well, those are ones you have to do. You can't
No, I'm on
optional,
screen. I have to do those ones.
you can't spin on those.
Well, there's no accidental book club this month though, which is kind of nice. We both looked at each other and went, I'm on vacation for an
Yeah.
entire week. Brie had a few things, and we were like looking at the schedule and we both went, you know what? We're gonna take a month off. We'll
That's
read
totally
it
fine.
once."
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Glenda.
Hello. What are you reading? Some hellos and hellos to Glenda. Okay, we're gonna jump in an hour-long sprint. So I'll see everyone in an hour. Hello, how'd you do?
I got to the end of chapter 4.
Okay. I did not read.
That's fine.
I didn't expect to read, so that's
No worries.
How are you liking it?
I'm liking it so far. I do think they're a little bit, I don't know what they think our accents are like here on Atlantic Canada, Miss Carly Fortune, but I don't think they're as strong as you would like people to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think my accent's that strong.
I feel like, so I have noticed that when I have met people who are from New Brunswick, I do find they sometimes have an accent. Not everyone that I've met, but I hear that a lot about people who live in Ontario. Apparently, we have an accent, and I don't find that. So,
yeah, I don't think it's that severe because to
oh
me,
no,
the way they're describing it almost sounds like a Newfoundlander accent, which not all the Atlantic Canadians have that.
oh
That's
no,
very,
definitely not.
that's of its own.
Yeah,
That's
for
of its
sure.
own thing. Now, I do have an accent. We've all talked about this on the internet many a time. Some things I say come out real Canadian, which would be different than your accent because mine is the Atlantic Canadian
Yes.
version of
Yeah.
Canada. But like the way that they're describing in this book, and it's brought up multiple times. So I'm like,
Yeah, that might
you
be
probably
it.
haven't seen it that much, but like the amount that they're bringing it up, I'm like, what does Carly Fortune think we talk like?
Yeah, that's true. We'll
But like
see.
it's not taking away from my enjoyment. It's just one of those things of like, as an Atlantic Canadian, I'm like, we don't have that strong of an accent.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if her first book was like near, so it was in Barry's Bay, which is in Ontario, which is quite close to me. And I don't find that it was like inaccurate or anything,
Yes.
but it also just took place at like a cottage. It was two like childhood friends to lovers. So I guess, well, I guess a lot could go wrong, like in terms of describing the setting, but I found like it was pretty accurate.
The setting is right. Like it's just the accent part that I'm like, we don't have that. But like the whole like PEI, what it's like, yes.
Okay, so that's all accurate.
Has
Okay.
been really good. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so I didn't read. Went for a walk. It's so hot out. So now I'm like cooling off in the AC. Thank God. Thank God for AC. And this next sprint, I should be able to get some reading done because he's sleeping now, the dog. So if anyone's not aware.
People don't know you have a dog for the week.
I think I mentioned at the start, but there are people joining, obviously. So I'm watching my sister's puppy, and I think I just tired him out for like from like a 45-minute walk. So he should be sleeping now.
You've had kittens staying with you. You've had a puppy. You're just running a
That's what my boyfriend and I joke about. We're like the people that like anyone's going away out of town. It's like, oh, who doesn't have a pet? Yeah, Kelsey. Okay, Frodo, come here. I don't mind, obviously, because I agree to it. So
yeah.
Brittany fills my TBR up all by herself sometimes.
Yeah, we were talking about this in my Patreon, for instance, of like I just keep saying yes to things and I need to stop that.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not enjoying it because it's so fun, but like at the same time, I'm currently reading 5
Well,
books.
yeah, you only have so much time in the day.
Currently reading 5 books. Like that's about 4 too many, really.
Yeah.
Well, 3 too many because Wheel of Time is one of them, and that's always going to be kind of happening, you know.
I have 1.5 book clubs, The Sibs, and I guess I could count Paula's Pleasure Yourself too, as I'm permanent co-host, but it's her baby, really, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi, Ro. Reading the Campus Heart
Throb.
Okay. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna get that.
It's a typo, but I know what book it is.
Hello, Sarah. Reading Flame and Sparrow by SM. Not gonna. Okay.
Gaither. How is this the way it is today? Is that I can read the comments.
I think I'm like, I just came out from the heat. Like I'm not all there.
You're half baked.
Coming from Katie's friends, hello. Just joining, getting dinner started, and hoping to read something. Yeah, me too. Hi, Katie. I've been off and on lurking. Hope you guys are enjoying this book. I've heard good things and will be joining this read. Oh, exciting. I think we'll love it, to be honest.
I think so too. But also, Katie, congrats on 1K because I saw this on Instagram.
Oh, congratulations. I haven't
And this
checked
is the
yet.
first time I've like spoken to you since it's happened. So congrats. That's so exciting.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Congratulations. Had supper and just picked up the High King's tomb again. Nice. It's almost a Boston accent, she writes.
It really, it's like they're trying to describe a Newfoundlander accent.
Yeah, that would be not right. Yeah.
And it's not right. Because just so everyone knows, PI is not that far from me. If I talk this way, so do the people in
Yeah.
PI. Like we have the same accent. It's not different.
Yeah, like the only one, I think the only area in Canada with like a really strong accent is New Brunswick, but I do find people in like Ontario sometimes have one, or like Montreal too, even like Quebec.
Yeah, there's definitely are accents in Canada. Like I do have one,
but I mean like strong,
not that pronounced.
Yeah, no.
The only ones that I can think of are that pronounced would be like Newfoundland has a very pronounced accent.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Newfoundland.
Very.
I shouldn't have even said New Brunswick. Newfoundland for sure.
The most, and then obviously like Quebec would also.
Yeah.
And there would be some like smaller place, like if you went to Acadia, you'd have a French accent to some extent here, but not. But again, that would be a French accent, not like a weird random.
Yeah, you're right.
Location one. So, because again, New Brunswick, that would be mostly because they're French.
Yeah.
Especially on the border.
Yeah. Like in distinctiveness, not that specific accent.
Yeah, no.
That's how I feel when people use a Fargo accent. The accents here are pretty subtle. I mean, if you've lived here your whole life, you can pick them up, but it takes a while, and it's more for rural areas.
Yeah, the book, if it would have just been one time, I would have been like, oh yeah, that's fine. But like the amount of times we're talking about how different they say something, I'm like, no, we really, no.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
I got to the middle of chapter 7. Nice. When I need pet care, you will help. Yeah, I honestly love pets, so I just don't have one. So I'm allergic to cats. Some cats, not all cats, it seems. So that's like out for the cat thing. Maybe a dog. I really want a dog. My boyfriend doesn't really want a dog, so we don't have a dog currently. But I think it's gonna happen soon.
You'll get them to decide to get one.
Yeah, you just kind of bring one home. No, I'm just kidding.
You just have a dog one day, and what's going to happen at that point?
Exactly. Let's start a support group to help each other say no.
We really do need to do this because
I say no all the time. I can teach you.
I'm not good at it because it's not even like I don't mean to. Like we'll be just chatting about something on sprints, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, that'd be fun, and then
it's like the excitement. Yeah.
Right. It's not even like, hey, will you do this? And I'm like, yes. It's like a natural progression of a conversation. Yeah. And then the next thing you know, there's another book on my TBR. I don't know how it happens.
Yeah. I was curious about the accent accuracy. Yeah.
They would have the same accent that I would have.
Yeah. Where is Carly Fortune from in Canada? Do you know?
Oh, look.
I'm just curious.
Not Prince Edward.
No, that I knew that my question asking that was like, that's for sure. No, I feel like if I had to guess, I'm going to say Ontario or like maybe BC.
Toronto.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which that actually makes a lot of sense.
Because the main character is coming from Toronto. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I will say the way that Felix talks about her coming from Toronto, because he's like, oh yeah, don't ever want to go there. Went there once, that's enough. That is how we think of Toronto. We're like, no.
Yeah, like I definitely have been there way more than one time because I'm not that far, but I don't like enjoy going.
No.
It's not something where I'm looking forward to going.
Yeah, and that's how we feel. PEI would probably even be more apt to not want to because it's a much smaller place than even where I live.
But I personally
Toronto's
like that.
Awful.
Like I don't like, so I'd rather go to PEI than like Toronto. I'd rather go to like Montreal than Toronto. Like it's
I would
just
rather go anywhere than Toronto. I've been to
yeah,
Toronto.
you know what? Yeah.
But to be honest, I mean, I've been to the Toronto airport a million times because if you go
Yeah,
anywhere in Canada, you have or
exactly.
anywhere, you have to go through Toronto airport. But like I've left the airport only as much as absolutely necessary.
Yeah, it's
Awful.
Toronto is like the driving in there is the worst part about it. Like I don't can't think of anywhere I would like not want to go besides there. Like
No.
less. Like what am I trying to say? I
Yeah.
can't think of anywhere that I would not want to go less. Yes. Words are hard.
We got there. Yeah,
Like
no.
I'd rather go literally. Even New York City, I'd rather.
But I feel like people who live in Toronto, like they think Toronto is superior.
Oh, they do. Like I have quite a few
Yeah.
friends that live in Toronto and they think it's the best thing ever and
Yeah.
they'd never leave.
But
So
I would never want to. Like I would
never.
I don't even want to visit. Like it's fine.
Yeah. Literally never. Loving the location. I've always wanted to visit PI. I also don't pick up on any exaggerations or inaccuracies with not being from the area. Yeah. I guess
this
like,
is going to be
you
something
wouldn't.
that I'm
Yeah.
probably going to be one of the few people who would notice.
Yeah. Exactly. Kay says, thank you. Hello. How are you, Rachel? Hope you're having a good Sunday. What are you reading or doing? Some congrats and some hellos. Hi, Steph. I will be reading A Promise of Peridot tonight. Nice. I surprisingly haven't picked up any Carly Fortune books yet. Are they standalones or are they connected? They're not connected, and I haven't personally noticed any like Easter eggs.
Mhm.
If they are, they're very subtle and they're not at all spoilers, so you do not have to read them in order. Some hellos. Yep, standalones. So you're joining another book club and saying you have to start saying no in the same chat even.
This is what happens.
You know, enablers enable each other.
You know, it's just because we're having fun with our friends. It's hard to say no because it's fun. And it's fun with our friends. And then I'm reading 4 buddy reads and I'm like, oh, that's excessive. And I feel stressed, but I was having fun, you know?
It's still fun.
It is still fun.
It's just like you get overwhelmed.
Correct. Yes.
So it's always fun, I find, but then I'm like overwhelmed and then I feel like bad for getting behind, but then no one really cares, but I still feel bad.
This is a point, is that I have to remember that every one of us understands about getting behind on buddy reads and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Like we all understand.
Oh, for sure.
We all, if someone was behind on my buddy read, I'd be like, no, it's fine. I've got other things I can read. Like it's not it's never a big deal.
No, it's not. And I feel like if I buddy read with someone and they made a big deal, I would never buddy read with them again. So it's like, you know, like I feel like we're all very understanding. And I feel like if someone wasn't understanding, they wouldn't last in like the booktube and books.
They wouldn't last in the buddy read community. That's certain because
you have to be a little bit flexible. Things change.
The only time I've ever stayed up on a buddy read is like when we first started buddy reading together, but we were we only knew each other. And it was the only thing we had to do.
Somehow we just aligned. I'm behind, you're behind. You're behind, then I'm behind. We're on time. We're both on time. Like we're such in sync. Things have changed. But I must say, at least one of us always finishes the book club book.
Usually. But at this point, we kind of have the moment of like when we know we both are disliking it. If one of us is closer to finishing, we'll be like, I'll take the bullet. I'll finish. You don't
like with Midnight is the Darkest Hour. I like pushed through. And then what? Oh, well, you
Good
did
Material.
Yep.
Well, and Good Material, because I messaged you and you were like, I'm struggling. And I was like, don't bother. I'll finish.
And that was my pick. That's the saddest part. That was one of my most anticipated reads. Yeah. I mean, CB and Bridgewater have accents, but you can only pick it out if you know what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Is Toronto public transport easy to use? Yeah, it's fairly easy to use, I would say.
Well, they have a subway, don't they?
Like it's a subway system. So if you're used, but they also have the like railway cars above, but it's mostly subway. But like it depends if you've used like subway systems and or bus systems. If you're coming like brand new to like never using it, I would say it's a little confusing. But there are a lot of apps that like make it very, very simple. So
Yeah, I would say because again, this book is from an Atlantic Canada perspective, going to Toronto or Toronto going, it's very different. We don't have subways.
Yeah.
We don't have trams. We don't have a big public transit system. And a lot of our cities don't
Yeah.
have them at all. The bigger cities do. Like the city I live in has public transit because I'm in the capital city. But like a lot of our cities have no public
Yeah.
transit.
See, like for me, it's like we have a pretty big like bus system, but
right.
I'm gonna give away exactly where I live, but our city is like doing an underground like
Ooh.
system, and it's an absolute nightmare.
I bet.
It barely works. It snows, it breaks. It like every time they've been working on it for like a couple years now. It's an absolute nightmare. So if you care to know where I live, you can just Google and probably find out. But like it's literally a nightmare. Like
it's and again, PEI would be even more because I would say other than Charlottetown, I doubt any of them have public transit.
Yeah, so if you're coming from like somewhere like that, but if you're coming from somewhere like where you kind of know the gist about it, then
because Prince Edward Island is extremely like even their main city would be it's small like
yeah, and that's the interesting part is like you have ferries and stuff, but like someone in like Ontario, like I've been on a ferry because I've gone from like Ontario to Quebec for like cottages and stuff, so I know what a ferry is like you, well, the ones like where you drive your car on and then you go across. But I think that some people probably have never gone on a ferry, to be honest.
See, that's crazy to me because I live in a coastal place. It's the easiest way to ship people around is on the water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it gets them off the land. Like we can have so many boats going. It's
there, and then like in BC, it's very common, but like in the middle. Of
well,
Canada,
what would you
not very like there's, and the thing is like it's not a lot of places where like if you go from Ontario to Quebec, like it's not a lot of places where you have to take a ferry. It's just like a few where it's like on an island kind of thing. So most cottages, like you just drive over the border and then you're there. You don't have to do the ferry stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of ferries.
Yeah, crazy how things are different. And I was talking about, so do you have bagged milk or do you have like a jug, like a carton of milk?
We have both.
Okay.
I would say the majority of people in Atlantic Canada, or at least in Nova Scotia, use a carton.
Okay.
But we do have bagged milk.
Okay, so I didn't realize that like everywhere is kind of different. Like in BC and I don't know if Alberta too, they have never like used bagged milk. It's only cartons. Here it's like it's bagged, but if you buy like half and half or like almond milk or that kind of thing, it is carton, but it's all bag otherwise.
Yeah, no, we're more jug than.
That's interesting. We don't have jugs at all.
We don't have jugs? Oh, no, we don't have cartons anymore. We only have jugs.
We have bags, and then we have the cartons for like some of the like other kind of milk, but we do not have jugs.
We have jugs.
At least I have never seen them like at Costco, Walmart, anything.
Here we are, everyone. This is funny because it's taking me back to Flawless, because in Flawless, we had this big discussion about milk in Canada because it's a part of the book. And I was like, oh, milk in Canada is a thing, y'all. Like
and I didn't realize how different it is everywhere. And the bag seems so dumb.
The bag is horrible.
So it's so annoying. You rip it and like it doesn't always rip the right way. It's like such a nightmare.
Liquid should never be sold in a bag.
I know.
Also,
then you also have to get that little thing to put the bag in.
Yes, and also then it's just like slightly open in your fridge.
I've always and it goes bad quicker. Like it's just like I know. It's just like I mean I'm not a big milk like we barely buy milk now. And like if we do, it's usually like almond milk or something. But like it's just kind of gross.
I feel like we're scaring all the Americans in the kitchen.
It's not like honestly, it's not really that gross because like if you keep
it is kind of gross.
If you keep your fridge clean, I feel like it's fine. But I feel like it's a little like not unsanitary, but it's gonna go bad quicker.
It's a little unsanitary because you're just leaving
it open. I don't know if I want to say it, but I'll say it.
No, it is because you're just leaving it open to the air particles because you cut. So anyone who's never had bagged milk, so you have like a plastic container that you put it in, you drop the bag in, and then you snip the corner.
Yeah.
And then you like pour it out the snip, but there's nothing to seal the snip back up.
No, not at all.
So like when you put your milk in the fridge, there's still like a hole that is now open to the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Letting whatever come
Here's
in.
how you buy it.
Oh yeah,
And then
That's
what
not-
you're talking about, like you put it in this carton and you basically like clip off the top corner,
yeah.
and then yeah, you just leave it open till
Yeah.
you're. But I think it was so common back then that like people would go through milk so quick, like
Yeah.
milk and egg and bread. Like it was like you wouldn't have it in there for the whole week, you know?
No. Now I mean, I guess maybe when I was a kid we had bagged milk at our house, but we jug always.
Okay, yeah.
We are jug people.
I would be jug people too, but it's not an option, unfortunately. Saying yes and no within the same breath is such a mood. Yep.
Really is.
Yep. PI definitely wouldn't have subways. If you take a hole that deep, it would likely fill with water.
Yes.
I wish we had public transit. My town is the second or third biggest biggest in the province. Yeah, it's very handy to have. Although, like, I haven't taken public transit in like honestly like 6 or 7 years now. But it is very handy because like whenever they get this underground subway on track and it runs nicely, like it'll basically be like you can get from one area to another area in the city. Like you can get all over the city basically in like barely any time.
That's
So
nice though.
it'll be like really handy once it works correctly.
See, we can't do the subway here because we're rocky. It's not possible
That
to
makes
dig
sense.
like just the how our earth is.
Yeah.
You cannot dig a hole that way. So now we're starting to build upward and do like we're building on top of ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Julie. I had dinner and chatted with my sister for a while. Now get back to productivity. My grandparents had bagged milk, but my parents had cartons, and I have a dairy allergy. Yeah, everything like dairy free, like almond milk, all that's in cartons. Yours is too, I would imagine, right? Not jugs.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's all cartoned.
Okay.
The only thing that's in jugs is like actual milk.
Okay, and that makes so much sense. The jugs, like, get rid of bagged milk.
Yeah, bagged milk is not no.
In my life, I saw the switch here between carton to jugs. No bagged milk here. Nice. Only ever had bagged milk.
Oh.
I grew up with bagged milk. I clean out and clean my fridge weekly before I go grocery shopping, but for milk, I prefer the plastic jugs.
Me too. They're just so much easier, to like keep, like, because they have the sealable, like you can actually close them. Because even a carton is just open to the elements still.
Yeah, like, well, at least with that, you can kind of close it, but I always think that too. I'm like, it's getting all soggy. It's kind of like milk is at the top. Like, it's kind of like, is that part molding? Like, it's just, yeah.
Cartons are superior.
But I will say some of our cartons actually now have like a,
ours do as well.
Like one of those
the screw tops on the side.
Top,
yeah, because our juice is like that. Because like juice that's sold in a carton here would have a screw top side.
Yeah.
So yeah, same.
For someone who did milk lipid analysis, if it's open to the air, the fats will oxide more quickly and therefore smell and taste a bit weird. Yeah, I have noticed that. Like if I've had milk for a bit, like it just starts smelling weird.
The science to why bagged milk sucks.
Yep. Even cartons would like do the same thing. It's
100%.
like cartons are gross too. Yeah, they're not really sealed. I prefer the jugs. Yep. My daughter is the only milk drinker in the house. She's 5 and goes through a gallon a week. My son is allergic, so Ripple milk for him.
Same. My son can't drink milk, so we don't. The only reason I have milk in this house is to put in my coffee.
Yeah, we don't drink like regular either. Like we're not big milk drinkers, but like I like it for like recipes and stuff, and we always buy like almond.
Oh, that too.
And stuff. So
yeah, for baking, that would be also when I would use it. But not most baking doesn't have milk in it, so
no, yeah. It also blows my mind that there are huge areas that don't have public transport. Yeah, it's just like insane. But I guess like certain areas, well, I feel like everywhere needs it, but certain areas like there's not a lot of commuting and stuff, so it's almost like it probably is a waste of money on the like city's side of things to like have it running.
Yeah, but people need it. Like
no, that's what I think.
There has to be a way to make it affordable. That's the thing.
I agree. when we lived on Guam and we had to use powdered milk because we lost a lot of we lost power a lot, typhoons, or because it would get imported from off the island, spoiled. Oh, that sucks.
I've never had powdered milk.
I have never either, as far as I know.
Like, except maybe like formula as a child.
Oh, well.
Well, like that. Well,
Yes.
I don't recall.
I feel like I have never had powdered milk. I've had like the Nesquik. Like, is that powdered? No, that's like powdered.
Like a creamer, but yeah, it'd be the same idea though.
Yeah, but you add it to milk, so it's not. I guess maybe the same.
Yeah.
So it's like flavored. How long are you sprinting for? And hello. Probably 10 p.m. EST if I had to guess. We'll see how it goes though. I only use milk for baking or cereal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the very first glass I drank when we came back to the states. It was magical. Now milk doesn't always agree with me. Yeah, it's crazy how like things change with your body, because I used to be able to drink milk and stuff fine, and now I'm just not. It doesn't really agree with me. We only use milk for coffee porridge, and Isabel likes to drink it. So we're not very heavy milk drinkers.
We're not big milk people.
No. All right, we're going to go into our next sprint and get some reading done. I'll see everyone in an hour. Hello, how'd it go?
Good. I'm in like the middle of a chapter and I'm on page 87, which is the middle of chapter 11.
Okay, nice. I got to page 150 or 149. No, I'm totally kidding.
I literally was like,
I couldn't even keep a straight face. I was like, I got to page 52.
still, that's good.
It is good, yeah. So
I'm liking it.
I am liking it. I don't think it's going to top Every Summer After because Every Summer After just like
It worked.
it was in Ontario. Like I've been to the location quite a few times. Like it's not that far from me, and it just I don't know. It holds like a special place in my heart.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I think this will like definitely be like probably a 4 at least. So
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like at this point, I feel like I'm still getting to know the situation between these three characters. But I feel like there's also like they're doing a really good job of weaving together the timelines.
yeah, the timelines and like
the
just I feel like also the people like the situation like it's not super heavy in the character development yet.
No.
Or maybe it won't be, which is fine. But like it's just like a light read is basically how it just
Yeah, it's really easy to follow.
Yeah.
It's a fun time. I like the group dynamic and I also like the individual dynamics.
Yeah.
Like how cuz it's 3 people and you know, we have their group and then we have how, you know, she and Bridget have something and then she and Felix have something. So that's kind of fun. But I think it's woven together really well. I feel like it's a super atmospheric book. Like for a romance, I don't necessarily find romances to be necessarily atmospheric.
Yeah.
But I feel like in this one, Prince Edward Island is almost like a character.
Yeah, a little bit. That's how I felt about Every Summer After. Like it really like it just was like setting was such a big part, but not in an annoying way where it's like too much. It was just like so well done.
Yeah. Well, and I think especially with Prince Edward Island, most people have read at least Anne of Green Gables at the absolute least of understanding what Prince Edward Island is like. So when someone's describing like the scenery of Prince Edward Island, it at least means something to basically most readers.
Yep.
For me, it obviously means more because I've been there. I do know what Prince Edward. It's good. Like it's describing Prince Edward Island very well. Like you can tell that she's been there before.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I'm liking it so far.
Where was I? Right here. Thanks, Laura, for joining. You're probably going to bed. Some good nights to Laura. Hi, Rye. How are you? What are you reading? Got to 7%. Nice. On page 74, right before the end of part 1, it's fun. Oh, so there's parts. Oh no, Every Summer After is also parts as well.
Well, I assumed you knew this because Kelsey did the breakdown and it ends at the end of part 1, the first day.
I actually did the breakdown so long ago. Whenever this released, which was quite a few months ago, I feel. Like,
well, day 1 ends at the end of part 1, so I feel like you must have done that on purpose. There's no way that was accidental.
Oh, I definitely did it on purpose, but I just didn't remember I did it on purpose. Yeah, I don't know when it was, but it was like probably like April or May.
Now, how many parts are in this book? I do not know.
Yeah, I want to say 3 is ringing a bell, but I didn't even remember there was parts. So
yeah, it's not because I looked to see if you just did it in parts.
Yeah.
So I went to like
No,
what
I
the next and no.
Because
I wasn't sure when it ended on a part. I was like, oh, maybe Kelsey just did parts.
Yeah, no, it's coming back. It was like not equal parts. So it's kind of like I'm not going to do a massive one and then a small one. So
gotcha. I didn't know. I just was like, oh, end of part 1.
Hi, Leandra. I finished 2 books today. Wow. So I will likely just be chilling out for the night, but I'll eventually return to Dread Journey. Wow, you're killing it tonight.
Leandra, we were supposed to be reading and not finishing books. We decided this together.
Yeah, Katie and you were discussing that earlier. I think it was Katie and you, like in the comments. And then like Leandra comes in and is like, I'm finished all the books.
Yeah, today we were like, we're the same. We haven't finished. We're reading, but we're not finishing. And then you come in here and you're like, I finished 2 books.
Yep.
I have finished no books.
I finished one book this month and that's it, which is poor, but for like me, but I mean, it is what it is.
I am very close to finishing multiple books. That's the point I'm at in reading multiple books at this point. Like I'm 75% through this, 72% through this. Like I'm moments from finishing books.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Puppy!
He's like, I want to look outside. Okay, come
Fair.
over here so I can keep reading. Okay, well, I'll just
I mean,
do it. Like,
I can do the comments if you want me to.
yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great.
That's fine. I can.
For a quick
Totally
moment.
fine. Oh, the dog moved. You can take over.
Okay, I think we're good now. I ate dinner pizza, ate some lemon blueberry cake, and started making a jar
of authors for future reading. There you go. We'll do it together.
Like a class where you like continue off.
Teamwork makes the dream work, everyone.
Film the final clip for a vlog and starting to film another video. Nice. I think this is a
came through twice.
Comment. Listen, after 3 DNFs in a row, let me have this win. Yeah, honestly.
I'm not shaming you. I'm just, well, I kind of was, but not on purpose.
No, it's just funny because it's like everyone else is doing not well. And then there's one person who always is like, I'm doing so well. And we're all jealous.
I don't remember the last time I got to July, like the 7th of the month. And I'm not going to finish a book today. So at least the 8th without finishing a book.
I know. Well, I finished one maybe 2 nights ago. Honestly, it all blurs. I think it was Friday night I finished my first one, which it's like, that is unusual for me.
This is unusual. Like it's the 8th of the month. Now, again, I'm very close to finishing multiple. So it'll be somewhat like Leandro where I like finish 2 in one day or something like that. Like it'll catch up. But like, it's strange to me that I have not. And here I am starting another book without finishing a book. Like I just keep starting books. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yes, lie down on me, please, and thank you. And not bite my hand.
You need Dinosaur Sanctuary.
Please relax.
I do support finishing Dinosaur Sanctuary. That's a good one.
Yes. Some hellos. 8-day dry spell. Yeah, literally.
You know, will it be even more than 8? Because I do not make any promises that I finish a book tomorrow. Although if I don't finish this one, I lose the audiobook. So I should probably finish.
Yeah, you kind of need to.
I should probably finish this tomorrow.
Okay. He is unhinged right now. I'm going to wrap this up and go to a sprint. I can hear Puppy's attempted munching. It's all fake, but he like he doesn't actually bite, but he like keeps going because he wants to play. Like he wants to throw his toy. So he keeps going like that, but it's not like an actual bite, but he keeps, and I'm like, okay, I need this hand to like read the comments.
I am doing something.
But they don't get it. They're like, I want to play. And it's like, I can't throw your toy that makes a million like jingle noises, you know, like while I'm trying to read comments. I took a shower and just finished dinner. I'm not sure if I'm just going to relax the rest of the night. I'm exhausted tonight. Well, just relax. Yeah. Take it easy.
I'm just glad that we're all having a slow start to July. Well, maybe not all. I'm sure there's some people who are doing fabulous. But, yeah, it's just, you know, we're all just having a slow, relaxy start to July.
Yep.
That's fine.
Finished my 100 book of the year today. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, we're going to jump into another sprint so I can
deal with the dog.
Deal with the dog. All right, I'll see everyone in an hour. Hello, how'd you do?
I got to page 120, which is only like the last page of chapter 15.
Yeah. So how are you feeling about it now? Like still the same thoughts?
Yeah, I still have the same thoughts. I kind of wish this was dual POV.
Oh yeah. I thought that with every summer after as well.
Just because I feel like I know her really well and I know her feelings on Felix really well, but I don't actually feel like I know Felix very well.
That's how I felt with her other books. So I don't remember if Meet Me at the Lake had dual, but every summer after did not. So
yeah. So that's my only critique because I would like that. How far did you get?
I read 3 pages.
Nice.
That was like a
You were dealing with puppy.
Yeah, he was like really hyper, and I was like, honestly, I'm just gonna play with him because I'm not gonna be able to read if I try to. So he was like, we played tug of war, he's now tired, so he's sleeping. So maybe we'll get another good sprint because this is my last chance. Because then he goes for his last walk of the evening. So it's
this is all there is.
I'm like, I am exhausted.
The puppy's taking it out of you.
Oh my gosh. Julying that we're readers. I love that.
It's fine.
I've had the worst week. Oh no. I have no ice cream. I've literally thrown my phone across the room and I just want to hide away from the world. Yeah, I have those days for sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're having a bad week though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Hi, Vanessa. I'm currently reading Midnight is the Darkest Hour by Ashley Winstead for summer reading. We were just talking about this.
We were.
And we both hated it. So hopefully you like it more than we did.
Well, I didn't finish it, so I can't really speak to it too much because I actually didn't get. Did I even get halfway?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I keep missing the chatty bits, but I had dinner and I'm now settling down to read for the rest of the evening, hopefully. Made it to page 385 and redeeming 6. Hi, Gabby. Reading 5 Broken Blades tonight, but this summer will be different. It's still in my queue. Nice.
Gabby, where are you in 5 Broken Blades? Because we're also buddy reading this over on the B&K Discord. I don't know if you noticed that I just kind of like sneakily added an entire book buddy read.
Yeah, I totally saw that.
I'm in the middle of a chapter, as I tend to be at any given point in time when I just like plop a book down. But I'm at the end of chapter 59.
Okay.
So this has nothing to do with, well, it's B&K adjacent.
Yeah, for sure. I would say
where the conversation is.
Almost caught up to where I'm supposed to start today in First Rider's Tomb, but it's almost 10 p.m. Just relax. I'm telling everyone, just relax. We're done, Tar.
Right, exactly. We're all coming down off the month. It's very busy.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I'll read as much as I can today and catch up tomorrow after work. Yeah. Totally. I'm nearly done with the refilm, had a few interruptions, and also read a few pages of Funny Story. Ooh, I hope you love Funny Story. I loved it. I gave it a 5.
Everybody loves Funny Story. I need to read it.
I need you to read it because you don't have a great history with Emily Henry.
I don't have a bad one either. Like it's very mid.
Yeah.
Right. It's been very 3-star territory. Very mid.
Got to page 98. I got the kiddos cleaned and ready for bed, put laundry away, and read a few pages of Build Your Own Romantic Comedy while you were productive. Had dinner and got to page 105. Nice. Everyone's killing it. I'm going to catch up.
Of course you will. It reads really fast once you get a chance to actually sit down and read it.
I am only puppy sitting till Wednesday, so worst comes to worst, that's when, I'll really dive in.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
These are the times where I wish I had the audiobook because it's I could just pop. It's a very light read where I could pop it in and then still.
I feel really secure in my decision to use an Audible credit.
Yeah, I'm not there yet, but I could be later this week. You never know. Chapter 39, we're doing a whole round of the same event from all point of views, which is a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
I will start 5 Broken Blades. How are you liking it?
It's my favorite Red Tower book that I've read. Now, that doesn't necessarily say a lot, so I will add to that. It's the problem with this book, which is not a problem with the story, because I think the actual story is actually very interesting. What's going on? We definitely needed some editing, pare down the point of views. There's too many by 2.
Mhm.
There's 2 that, unless for some reason they become important at some point, they're not important.
Right.
So it just adds to this. It's a debut author, so I'm thinking that as well, of, the debut author has fallen into some things that obviously just kind of happen as a debut author, and I think a good editor could have helped significantly to take what is actually a really good idea and make it a little bit better. So I can overlook some of the issues with it because I'm actually liking the general story, and there are some characters that I really do like. Again, there are 2 that are completely unnecessary, but the rest I like. So yeah, a good editing would have really helped a lot, but it's not bad.
Okay, yeah. It's just meh. Yeah.
Right. So I'm intrigued in the story and like what happens, but it definitely could use a good edit.
Fair. Just read Happy Place and loved it. Nice. I'm so glad everyone's loving it. Oh wait, not Happy Place.
That's a different one.
Oh no, I liked Happy Place too. I didn't love Happy Place. I gave it a 4. Like, it was really good. Just not my like top. Funny Story was much better. But I am still glad you liked Happy Place. Desperate to sit down and binge this book for a while. Yep. That's how I feel about this one. I'm like, just give me a minute. Like, once we go to bed, I think that's when I'll like really like
I can finally read,
and I can finally like stay up. But I shouldn't stay up because I have to get up at 6 a.m. So I'm going to, though, anyway, probably, because I'm already overtired. So I won't make it worse. So good to know. I will keep those in mind when I read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just needed some editing, but like I go into Red Tower books assuming that to be the case. Yeah. At this point. But I think in general, other than a couple of POVs that are, but I think they might become necessary down the line because this is supposed to be a series, but that does not mean they all needed to be in the first book.
You have a special edition, right? Or is that the regular copy?
This is the first run.
I love that we're getting so many special editions now.
This was the first run, but like overall, I'm really interested in like what's happening, and there's some characters that I really do like their storyline.
Okay, yeah.
There's 2 that I, again, did not need to be in the book. Just didn't.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of just a debut author, so learning to find those things that maybe don't need to be in there, and a good editor could have helped significantly with guiding a debut author through that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Where I just know, but overall, like I'm the most interested in this overall story.
Paring down on some of the necessary stuff could have left so much more room for developing the magic system and other things to do with the actual plot. Yeah, that sucks.
And it was really slow going for the first, like it was good at the beginning because we introduced the characters, and then it took them forever to all get to, like, it was just so much, it was almost like a prequel for for 150 pages before they all got together.
Yeah.
And that could have been cut down significantly and not changed the plot at all. You know what I mean? So it was just editing.
5 Broken Blades is so pretty. I might overlook the Red Tower known issues. It is very pretty.
It's not like, it's probably going to come out at a 3.5 for me, which is the highest Red Tower books that I've ever given. And I probably at this point now, again, the book's not over yet, so it will depend on how it ends. But like, I'm probably going to get the second one because I kind of want to know what happens to these characters.
Yeah. And so it's pretty. So it's like, why not?
Yeah. It's really pretty because they like, it's yellow, and it has, this is one of our female characters, and then the other one has one of our male characters. So I think they're all going to like match eventually. So, it's not like Sanctuary of Shadow where I was like, every time I looked at my shelf, I was like, that book sucked.
Yeah.
There's enough in here that I'm like, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but at least a good fun time. And it could have been 100 to 150 pages shorter.
Yeah. Alrighty, this is going to be the last sprint, because that'll take us to 10 o'clock my time and 11 o'clock your time, and you've been sprinting all day, And I just don't know how much reading I'm gonna get
I've-
done with the puppy. So
I've lost track of how many hours I've been sprinting. 11.
yeah, so I'm like, we may as well call it early this time. So yeah.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I figured you wouldn't mind because I'm like, you've been sprinting all day.
The nice thing is when you're not the one going second, it's
Yeah.
very simple. Because like I don't have to run anything. I just have to be here and chat and vibe.
For sure.
When you have to run things second, that's where the longer days become difficult.
Yeah, definitely. All right. I'll see everyone in an hour. How'd you do?
Right. I got to 157. So I'm in the middle of chapter 20. This is reading very quickly for me.
Well, I feel like once I can make progress, I feel like I'm gonna fly through.
I don't have a puppy to look after. It's totally fine.
I literally was so convinced that like sprints would be so easy. He would just lie there, like no issue.
Not what
He's lying now because I ended up. He was so hyper that I was like, "Okay, we're just gonna go on our." I'm not gonna say the word W like early.
Yep. The other thing.
I was like, let's just do it now. And now he's all like ready for bed. So I'm like, okay, now we're calm. Now maybe I can get some reading in this like after we're done. So yeah. Oh well.
So I'm just gonna finish the chapter. I'm gonna do bedtime. And then I'm going to finish this chapter and I'll put my thoughts in the Discord for, well, I guess the first 2 days because the first 2 sections.
It's a quick read. I read like her
quick.
other 2 books like very, very quick. They're really quick reads.
It's really quick. And you know what? It's really light, but there's like enough, like not drama, but it's not just all like, you know.
There's enough like going on that it's not like super boring. Yeah.
There's just enough that it stays sweet and cute while also being like not just like super, there's no ebb and flow. You know what?
And I find that happens in summer reads a lot. It's like kind of just like meh. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm not being coherent. I'm very tired.
That's fine. I'm tired too.
It is 11 o'clock at night. You're getting what you get.
Read more of High King's Tomb close to bedtime for me. And just fair warning, like I don't know if I'll read these correctly, all of them.
We're just gonna get through it, everyone.
I got to page 164. This does read fast, and I'm really digging it. Yeah, I'm glad we're
basically almost in the same spot, just a couple of pages, 10 pages different, which is not bad.
Yep.
It reads really easily, but like I'm intrigued. I just think it would have been nice to have a couple of chapters, even just a couple, from Felix's perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's just a personal preference thing, really.
Now I have mosquito up in my face. Like, what next? I shouldn't say that. Ended up switching to an audiobook. I've been slowly reading. I just hit 25%. Nice. You're really killing it this month. It's adorable. Yeah, it is. Like, so far, I'm getting that vibe. And it seems like one thing I didn't like in Meet Me at the Lake, the main thing, is that her first book, Every Summer After, had a lot of setting. And I loved it. But Meet Me at the Lake missed it. So I think this is, that's the vibe I got.
This has a lot of setting. And one thing that because I don't read Friends to Lovers very often. And this is not technically Friends to Lovers, but it has, you know, a little bit of that vibe just because they've known each other for so many years. And one thing that normally Friends to Lovers is like when you have your like in the past scenes, they're kids. And I'm always like, but these in their 20s, like she became best friends with Bridget in their 20s. So even though they've known each other for a really long time, they were at least grown the whole time. And I like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't see that a lot in books.
No. And I know it's not technically Friends to Lovers, but it's adjacent.
Like acquaintances to lovers, maybe, or maybe a little more than
that because they are like friendly, but because it's technically her friend's brother, but like they are friends, like they play games, they hang out. Like
I don't even know what friend's brother, I guess. Friend's brother to lover.
More than that. Yeah, it's like a little bit, it's like both.
Yeah.
It's Friends to Lovers adjacent.
Yeah. Finish chapter 20. It is a really quick read. Yes. 60% into A Fellowship of Baking and Magic. Nice. I do love the timeline in this, and I love the way she's nailing the balance of flashback and present. Yeah, that is something that she does really, really good. Well, in Every Summer After.
That timeline really well.
Yeah. Asking if Stacy's enjoying the fellowship. That is all for the comments. Thank you for joining me. Obviously, you don't have to, but like it's the book club book, so
kind of have to, but I would want to
expect it. Yeah, for sure. It's annual secret sex to more.
Is that a trope?
Now it is.
Now it is.
All right. So you have a live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
No.
No. What day are we?
It's Sunday.
Oh, Sunday. Oh, God.
I have
2
Patreons.
Okay,
for
so you
tomorrow,
have
but I
one
do
in
have
2
public
days. In
Yeah,
on-
I have public ones on Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So catch Brittany then, and catch me next month probably. All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm pretty sure.